Hello. Hello. I don't know if my audio is audible because not a lot of people watch my streams, and so that's why I really just what do you call it? I really just turn off my microphone. But yeah, Isekide, Isekide. Welcome. Of course you can comment and everything. I'm not grabbing snacks anymore. That's done. So please let me know if my audio is audible, because it would be a damn shame speaking and everything, but then it's not, and then you can't actually hear anything. That would suck big time. But yeah, I'm redoing the entire sketch, so I just went with a very basic format change. I was not satisfied with this original one. It's too National Geographic, let's just say, which is kind of how it looks like based on the photo that it was referenced from, to Nat Geo. Yeah, I don't like it. Doesn't have that hero aspect to it. So, which is kind of like part of the request of the client. So there should be very, what do you call that? That's for honor. Yeah, this is a for honor based commission. It should have that effect to it. Yeah. So as you can see, it's much wider. Grab the right brushes. Should really remove that. We have another viewer. How are you? What's your name? Kai. Okay. Hello, Kai, who got isekai'd. Oh, it's more of a what do you call that? It's not NDA, so there. That's what I can say. And it's something that I'll be posting soon, once it's finished, of course. If this was an NDA project, then I won't even make any announcement about it at all. Where are you from, Kai? Yep. If there was even the slightest hint of this should not be revealed to the public or anything like that, then no one would even know that I was working on it. I'm from the Philippines. How did you find my channel, if I may ask? Mm. So I'm guessing you know what putangan is. I think I know of some Indonesian swear words too. 'Cause I watched The Raid. Something like anjing. Yeah, I think. Um, Chat is of course a little bit delayed, so I don't know what I'm gonna hit you with. For sure, I don't want to hit you with any more swear words. I might get demonetized. Well, I'm not really monetized. I mean, it's a small channel. Then maybe in the future, I don't know. Yeah. That's the only one that I could remember. And kontol too, I think. But I think that's a swear word in the Philippines too. Yeah, putain merde. C'est très bien si YouTube ne comprend pas mes mots. Right, base sketch is somewhat good. Nanemo. Yeah, that's something that we use too. I don't know if you know what that means. It's not really a swear word, all things considered. It literally just means your mom. That's just really what it means. How do you find my channel? How do you find this solemn stream? I appreciate you being on here. Thank you. Yeah, we do end up saying that, or at least most people that I know. Huh. Let me see. I was trying to find background music for me to join. I found your stream. Oh, I see. Okay. I was just not able to see the message. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'd honestly share the music that I'm playing because I usually play either podcasts or video essays when I do work, but then I'm sure YouTube is gonna remove my stream the moment they see that. So yeah, but then let's make the head somewhat bigger, just a tiny bit. A little more. not really sure. Yeah, I usually listen to a lot of OSTs, so they're commonly for movies. So I'm really just gonna be, yeah. So that's why I usually just prefer not streaming anything at all. Not playing any music at all is what I mean. That's cool. That's cool. I'm very glad that's the case. Or else my lack of speaking might bore you to death. How long have you been in Canada? I'm very sad to hear that. I am 100% self-taught. I never studied formally with the arts. I took software engineering for my majors. Worked in the industry for around 3 years, and then afterwards, I did freelancing. It has its difficulties. I wouldn't say it's the hardest. Maybe now it is. I don't know. So I'm guessing you've already graduated now. Oh yeah, you did say that you've just finished or something. Oh yeah, you did graduate. I'm sorry. I'm a bit lacking sleep or overslept. um, mentor mentorship is something. Yeah, all of these things are honestly very expensive. They can be very expensive. but I've found that mentorship is probably one of the best things you can spend on compared to an actual degree. I mean, an actual degree can, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but from what I hear is that a lot of artists that I know who have gotten jobs, they don't really, what do you call that? They don't really, they didn't graduate from art schools. I mean, there's benefits to it, probably, hopefully. But like a lot of what I know are just things that I picked up from observation, watching other people do it, watching other people do drawings, studying my own hands, how to draw hands. Like right now, I was just looking at my own fingers with how to do this, well, these fingers here that I'm drawing. Not the most eloquent today. Wow, fascinating. Yeah. So for here, we could actually have these. I'm happy for you that you were able to get out of your country and follow your dreams. I'm very glad about that, hearing that. Yeah, it's a very difficult thing what you pulled off, and in times that you feel down, which can happen a lot. We're artists after all. Maybe just try to reminisce on those moments where back then you couldn't even get to an art school, but now you were able to. So if that helps. Because sometimes I myself end up being sad, like I'm an artist now, but then a few years ago this is something that I wanted to do, and I fought tooth and nail to get to this position, and it does have its hardships. And so that's something that you will come to realize over the years if you decide to pursue this this occupation further. And then it's actually quite refreshing to hear from somebody who's studying, because it or just has finished studying, because I'm kind of reminded as well of where I came from. So I appreciate you showing up and staying here for the time being, watching me you know, craft this. So right now I'm kind of being rough. What do you call that? It's ordered chaos. It's not the cleanest of lines. I've made some artworks that I still fully painted, where I invested a lot of time with the line work. And in this case, I'm not really doing that right now. I'm kind of being a little more brash with my lines. Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Since you're watching the feed, I haven't really tested it out, but is my voice clear? Like, is it audible and everything? Ah, the buzz is probably the electric fan. Yeah. I think it's yeah. I'd I think I've tried to reduce the volume of that before. Is there like a noise reduction thing here? Properties. Properties. Filters. Add a filter. Noise suppression. I just added a noise suppression to my voice. Let me know if that works. Alright, there. I've added the noise suppression. I don't know if that does the job though. Oh god, I'm so stupid. I put it in audio output capture. My bad. Okay, let me try that again. Noise suppression, there we go. Okay, I just placed it in, and I'm gonna add a gain with 1 decibel. There you go. Please let me know if it's much better, or did I just make things worse? Hello. Is that better? I can't hear myself. Maybe after I do the stream. Let me add one more. Let me add more to the gain, probably like a 5 decibel gain. Hello, hello, hello. There you go. I am talking now. Okay, so now there's like a 5 decibel add-on that I've added. Oh my god, my English is not functioning as coherently as I'd like it to be. Usually I'm far more eloquent, but right now I'm just... my bad. I hit my microphone stand. No, thank you. I was able to adjust my audio because you're here to listen. Thank you. and watch and also listen. So I appreciate that. So this is supposed to be some sort of grain. No, not grain. Wheat fibers on this area. Because this is a Maori character. If ever you do have questions about art or anything, I don't know. So that we're not just staring at each other, or like you're staring at my work and I'm staring at the chat. What's the lore behind me switching careers? Well, I was not supposed to be a IT guy. I ended up being one because of parents' choice. And so I had to fulfill that requirement, and I was able to. And then out of respect for them, and pretty much I ended up liking the course after all, I jumped in. Because, of course, that's the only place that I could get a career, let's just say. But being an artist is something that I've always wanted to do and loved to do, and it was just who I was and still am. So that was the reason. So I have been drawing. Well, I do remember drawing, or at least starting to draw at least when I was 5, maybe younger. I don't know, but let's just say safely say that it was around 5 years old. That's where I started. And then afterwards, I, of course, I grew up. There's part of that. Even during university, I was probably one of the most artistic people in class. How do I feel about it? Right now, I feel like I'm not doing enough, which is something that I'm trying to figure out how to remedy. I know that I have so much potential that I'm not fully tapping into yet. And maybe a lot of artists feel this way. I don't know. But that's how I feel as of the moment. So I end up feeling absolutely terrible when I don't get to produce work, but at the same time, it's my fault. Yeah, we should lift this canvas up a little bit more. So let's try to go 16 by 9. Oh, no, not that way. 9 by 16. There you go. Too high, a little too high. Too high. Do you want me to like shout and everything? Is that what you want? Very mindful, very demure. Maybe you're the mindful one. Uh, do you ever feel like you can't live up to the work you've made? No, not really. I feel like all the work that I've done in the past is either subpar or was the best that I could pull out during that moment. But I am confident that whatever I haven't done will surpass anything that I've done. Maybe that confidence is hubris. I don't know. Maybe I'll die in a ditch somewhere. So yeah, this is let's just add the notes in. This is gonna be a Maori based character. I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. Uh but Johan here seems to love it. I don't know if it's confidence, man, or just ego. Maybe I'm just being quite egotistical. Let's add the notes here. So this guy is a Maori. Should be kind of like a hero archetype. And should be a playable looking character from For Honor as per the client requests. There you go. So let's make that smaller. So when I create an illustration Yeah. So Johan is a friend of mine. I'm surprised his full name is on YouTube. So this is just an example of how I do my, what do you call that? My designs. So this is my design board. It's pretty small compared to my other works. A lot of my more complicated works would have like probably times 4, times 5 the number of uh reference images from there. So yeah, since since there are more people here, so let's just share the process behind this. So these are the design sketches that I sent to my client. So this is design A, this is design B, this is design C, this is design D. Yeah, so it's supposed to be as I've said before, a Maori character, and he sent me a couple of references that he wants it to look like. Yeah, if it's not, what do you call that? If it's not privacy invasion, Johan, since he already said that I'm his senior, then he's also IT. The only difference is that he's still in the job industry. So he's still fixing printers. Just kidding. No, he's slaving drives to working computers to retrieve data. Yeah, so as you can see, this is the first sketch. So he pretty much likes a specific type of mask. So I'm just gonna, this is the type of mask the client likes. So he asked me to make a combination of these two. And and the tricky thing with design is that clients will say one thing and they partly know what they want, but most of the time they don't. And this isn't just about this one specific character, it's almost always about every every client. And that's what you're here for, really. So it's not, this isn't a, what do you call that? This isn't a hit piece on clients. In fact, it's part of the job. That's why they come to you. That's why they pay you, is so that you could actually make their ideas come to fruition. So, like in this case, he had instructed me that this should be the base of the illustration, and then this should be the kind of like the patterns, and this is what I produced. And he sent me a couple of other references that I wasn't really sure how to work with, but I just tried to play them off. So here, I think I told him that this is more like a temple kind of guy, like a monk figure. This is more of a demigod kind of figure. This is more like a guardsman, and this is more like a what do you call that? Leading the leading the charge kind of vibe. Yeah. So he liked B the most, and then but he liked the mask from A, and then he wanted to add the tongue that's coming out here from this, and that's what he asked me to put here. And since the briefing that we had did not have colors, it's not even fully rendered. So I don't call these renders per se. They kind of are, but they're just really just very brief, very quick paintings. Like, I don't call them renders because these are just like overlays and hard light passes. And as you could tell by my voice, I'm not really what do you call that? I'm not satisfied with these at all. So they just do enough to convey the idea to the client. That's it. So in essence, he liked this. He did not like the others, which is fine. That's part of it. And which brings us back to here. So yeah, that's the long and short of it. Kind of like the stick, but the stick is long. Ha ha ha. Very, very mindful, very demure. It's all your fault, Johan. Okay. All right. So, as you can see, if we're gonna compare it to this concept sketch that I did, this section is rounded. But since the arm is lifted higher facing forward, then that roundness is something that you have to worry about. And that's something that you have to be able to interpret into the piece. Something like that, yeah. And you also have to guarantee that the armor wraps around the body. And of course, yeah, it's a render, but it ain't finished. That's one way of looking at it. And of course, which better reference to use than the great father of nerds, Henry Cavill? Yeah. And so I've pretty much looked at too many man arms that I could almost immediately just put this muscular layer on this end right here. Forgot what it's called, but like it's like the forearm muscles over there. And that's how you know if a guy works out, because he's going to have an absence of fat around this area, and instead it's gonna create this bulge right here. Of course, we have to make it three-dimensional. It's protruding forward, so there's a shadow underneath this section right here. And then the triceps at the back. And always, 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 whatever piece you're working on, mirror the goddamn image. No, not that. The bicep is not on the forearm. Unless you're chat is delayed, so I don't know which one you're referring to. But this is what I was referring to earlier. There we go. So how does one become a Henry Cavill? That is the question of the century. I don't know what you're referring to as a reminder, but if it's about mirroring your artwork, then yes. Because I've seen it time and time again. For my students, for fellow artists, I will not name names, but you could just you're scratching your head because something's wrong with the artwork. And then you can't point it out to them like using words, right? It's only when you hit that mirror button that's when all is revealed, and you're like, oh, this part does not match, this part is uneven. So you have to be very careful because our eyes can sometimes get confused, especially when you don't have somebody to watch over us, like an editor or something like that. So while we do not have an editor, we have to be uh we have to be critical with how we approach things, and we have to have enough foresight to acknowledge if we've made a mistake, if something is not matching altogether. So like here, so what I even like to do is when I create these pieces, because most of my art has, what do you call that? Most of my art is armored. Let's just say. People like to go to me to have their concepts done, and usually they're about armored guys, like medieval armored guys. And armor can be really tricky because parts just go above each other, and they go above each other, but at the same time they should fit the human form. And I've come to realize from years of doing this is that you have to draw in the human form, or else you're gonna get stuck. You're really gonna get stuck. So even when you're working on modern or even futuristic designs, please try to draw in the human form underneath. And then as you're working on the illustration, you now need to find the balance between the realism of the human form and the aesthetic and the overall aesthetic look of the piece that you're trying to create, which is something that, as you can see, I'm doing here. So here is an example of a quite realistic uh, fit of this armor right here. Like the head is human sized, and then the helmet, of course, becomes much larger to fit uh, the skull, of course. But then it's not too heroic. And so what we do is that we shrink the head a little bit, and then as you could see, I lifted up the arm so that there's this more triangular emphasis on the body. And then I widened the stance to give him that more masculine effect or affect. I'm running out of words, and it's just 4:03 p.m. God damn it. Yeah, I'm thinking if I should detail these hands or just get away with them. No, I'm not gonna get away with them. What am I saying? So right now, yes, draw the naked human form as much as possible. And then from there, try to draw the pieces of the armor as carefully as you can, acknowledging where the joints are, how long the torso is, how the torso bends, and so on and so forth. The thickness of the thighs, the joint by the knee, and then for more complicated armor sets, like maybe the Chinese ones, where there's an integration of chainmail and lamellar, or is it lamellar? Lamellar, I'm not sure. And then a lot of cloth included. So those can be very complex. That's why as much as I love to draw the woolen commission I did like months ago, they were such a pain to work with. Because not only did I have to get the form of the characters right, and they were in very complicated poses, I also had to uh, ensure that the body armor was properly fitted, but also aesthetically pleasing to look at. And so I had to do this, and it wasn't just a simple stance like this. I don't know if you've seen that work, but it would be cool to share that right now. Let's see. Where's that? Yeah, so here they are. There you go. I thought it was gonna be easy because it's just black and white, but then the amount of effort I put into doing all of these textures, goddamn. And then the way the fabric flows and everything. So yeah, Johan, if you're still watching, this is your Chinese ancestry. So yeah, there. So and when it comes to fabrics, you also have to be careful in recognizing how the fabric folds one on top of the other, where they shouldn't fold, and where they should just relax on a specific area and on the body, and how the gravity affects it and pulls it down. So like here, the thing is they're posing quite realistically, I'd say. And so gravity just pulls at these tassets, and then these cloth work and how it bundles up and just yeah, well, I based it on For Honor, so blame Ubisoft, not me. And I based it on a Korean actor. Yeah. I still love these pieces. So if I had a comment for myself is that I want to be able to do these levels of work faster. And yeah, because these took way too long. Yeah, so since I'm going to be painting this, I'm starting to question now if I should heavily render this or not. Like in black and white form. That's my question to myself. But we shall see. Oh, how much references did I have for those clothes? Oh my god. A lot. Let's see. Can I find it? Now to test my organizational skills. Is my Pura file still here? Yes, my Pura file is still here. Hahaha. So these are my references for the woolen there. You can do the 3D modeler strat. Just have prefab arms. I have 3D models sometimes. Yeah, I do that. Although I haven't touched Blender in quite a long time. But the thing is, with 3D models, you shouldn't fully trust them. And again, I've seen artists do that. They would just, what do you call that? They'd use 3D models and then they'd treat it as their god. And then what happens is that humans are not 3D models. We're 3D, but we're not 3D models. And so there are some aspects of the way fabric folds and everything that you should not pay attention to, or maybe even anatomical parts like the way the shoulders would work, or sometimes the twist of the neck. If you give too much credence to 3D models, you'll get those wrong too. I've seen some artists have that issue. Maybe to them it does. Maybe to them it isn't. I don't blame them. It's their style. Um, let's see what reference. Like for example, this is for Jang Jun. This is the reference I had for him. So this is the. Let me open up Jang Jun again. Yeah, so this is the final output. There you go. Yeah. So this is the pose that the client wanted, or this. So as you can see, a lot of the fabrics here, they just guide me to some extent, but I don't fully copy. because the armor begs to differ. If I just copied this, then we'd have a problem. So as you can see, I have these from Graphit Studio. They're from ArtStation. And it's not the best representative for a Jiangjun body. Jiangjun's supposed to be like a... Oh my god, now that I just realized he's supposed to be a Chow Yun Fat, but I never use a Chow Yun Fat reference. So yeah, so I got some very thick thighs. And, do I still have the PSD for this? I think I should. 1, 2, 3. Where is it? Production. There you go. Where's A? Oh my god, where's A? Is it still here? Oh, here, layered. Where's the dragon? I gotta remove the dragon first. Dragon, where are you? Dragon. Okay, so there. Right, so let's treat Jiangjun as our example. So, yeah, this is Jiangjun. And there. See, the face and everything is kept separate there. So this is one singular shading pass, and I used I think 2 brushes for this. No, I could see 3 brushes happening. Yeah. Did I delete the other ones? Oh gosh, I think I deleted. Okay, this is part 2. Let's get part 1. Because since my files end up being a little bit too big, I have to delete some versions. So this is part 1. There you go. No dragon yet. It's not yet combined and everything. So again, let's go look at Jiangjun. So he's here. So how many folders? Let me just take a screenshot. So this is what the folders look like. There. So these are the folders. So as you can see, we have the line work. Like so. Then, but before that, we have what I call the scraps. So these are the scraps. Oh my god. Okay, so these are some of the patterns that I've created, which I duplicate uh to add to the armor because it takes too long to just keep on redrawing. Yeah, so this is the singular piece, and then I just add it together. This is the line that I use for the weapons. So I draw a straight line first, and then I just rotate it. This is the original sketch. There. Look at how primitive that is. Yeah, it sucks. And then, of course, this is the line weight that I add. Not the line weight. This is the fill that I add just to separate the character from the rest of the characters when we're going to be looking at them as an ensemble piece. Yeah. So this is the head. This is the first head. I did not like it at all. And then I added a body. So as you can see, this is how I approach things. So since the rest of the body is going to be an armor, it's just more than enough to get the roughness of it. And of course the hands are the most detailed. So if we're going to go back here, this recent piece that I'm working on, I think that I will be paying more attention to the hands. Yeah. So as you can see, this is the new version of the face. Before and after. It's much more 3D. There you go, but I think that's not the one that I ended up with. Kinda is. Yeah, kinda is, yeah. Then what is this? I added this. Oh, it's for the feet. There. Yeah. So I added the lines for the feet. And then are these are the patterns for the clothes. So these are all hand drawn. So every time I create a new character or a new illustration, I create these patterns on the fly. I don't take patterns from the internet. Everything is homebrew. What is this? Yeah, so this is this is a random face that I drew. Okay. So here, more of the scraps. So as you can see, I already added the beard and everything. So I think I deleted some parts here. There you go. There you go. So if we're going to compare it, see, I lifted him up a little bit too. Let's turn that symmetry off. There. So if we're going to compare it, there. So it's much more polished, and the face is shit, as you can see here. There. So I gave him the monolid that he needs. Yeah. So what I'm very critical about is our eyes. In all of my drawings, eyes are very crucial to me. So like notice here how this little bend that goes like a U shape is not present in this version. Notice how it does a lot to the image, and it even adds this expression. Yeah. Hair too, and even the eyebrows, as you could see. There's a lot of subtleties going on. I can't move on to the next illustration if I don't fix these, because to me it doesn't speak of the character, and it sucks. It really sucks. So I have to get those as accurately as I can. So yeah, so that's for the scraps. After the scraps are done, once I'm very satisfied with the body, what I then do is I add a color to it, oftentimes red, and I create a clipping mask, and it would look something like this. Once that's provided, I then start to... What's 1 plus 1? Should be 2, unless you don't believe in objective truth, then it can be 3 or 4. $11. Okay. That works too. Are you using Python? Did you just concatenate strings? Yes. So as you can see, after the body is done, I then add the armor. And then this was done piecemeal, of course. So part by part, paid attention, started to erase the parts that didn't work. So for example, here. Yeah. And then after that, I started to shade. I start off with the hair. And then here, this is the base form. So the piece is almost finished. Like if you zoom out, I think this would already work for a manga. So you have the highly detailed line work to a certain extent. And then you just add this. This was done with a very soft brush. So to have form, I added a huge fill light on the right side. And yeah. No, rim light. There you go. My cinematography terms. There's a fill light from the front and the top, but there's like there's a rim light to the side, which creates this separation. Then afterwards, what I do next is I craft the textures for this. Yeah, there you go. It looks like it just suddenly jumps because, of course, this is... I try to work in a single layer for when it comes to this. Yeah. So, but this is the first one. This is more like tips, but if you pick something up like as a tutorial, then that's fine. This is supposed to be a stream about finishing this new commission that I have. Uh, but we'll be going back to that. I wanted to refresh myself too with my own processes because sometimes you jump back and forth from different projects that you start to forget your workflow, and that feels like a bitch. That sucks so bad, man. All right, so here I actually have one layer and then two layers that I put one on top of the other. One is much thicker, or actually it's kind of both. Yeah, there you go. It's a little too dark, so I just remove one of them. Yeah. So as you can tell, the armor is separated from the face. Oh yeah, there. So that's for Jangjun. I started drawing when I was a wee little boy. So let's just take a look at the females right now. I started drawing when I was around 5 years old. So let's look at the scraps again. So here you can see that we have the base figures again. But then what I like, there you go. That's Nusha. Or in Tagalog, Nudsha. Not funny, but okay. And this is Janju. Let's activate the scraps again. Turn that off. Where's your body? I need to find the body. Where's the body? Give me the body. Body. Body, where are you? Body, is that you? Nope. Body. Body. Where are you? Nope, that's the textures. See? Those are also hand-drawn textures. Oh my god. Yes, I use a lot of reference pictures. There you go. That's the body. There you go. So there. So as you can see, there. So that's what I start with. And then that's when I start to go and add all of these other layers. And then what I usually do is then again, I color the I color the base body. I usually go with the color red. I don't know why Photoshop chose that. There you go. That's how I do things. Then I add the armor back on. And then after that, since the face is quite hidden, I start to add the face underneath. Same thing here. There you go. Hello. So that in that case, let's go back to our Maori candidate. And with that said, as you can see, I'm taking some liberty with not fully drawing the body for this because I've already kind of did that for, what do you call that? Pre-production. Yeah. So when you get a commission from me, when you have a piece made, this is the process that we go through. So you send me your idea, and then I send you sketches first and foremost to see if I'm even getting close to the idea that you have. So actually the same thing here. The staff is on a separate layer. See? Let's turn all of that. See, there's a body. There is almost always a body just hidden. There you go. Okay. So, but now I feel quite comfortable with this one. All I have to do, I feel, is to start drawing more specific details over this. Yeah, let's do that. So there goes the red again. If these help you find ideas, then I'm very happy. That's why I actually ran through those. I should drink more water. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Love ko to. Yeah, I think we should define the hands. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean by I'll be back? I mean, I think I'm still here. In the chat, the stream is still streaming. No, no, I was singing the Filipino version of the McDonald's theme. Although I don't know why I did that. Yeah, in the Philippines we have this McDonald's jingle. It's something like pa pa da pa pa, love ko to. YouTube, don't demonetize me. Um, could you be so blind? How could you be so blind? There we go. Trust me, it's gonna help you so much down the line. You'll also start to see things very differently. Your eyes will literally change once you start practicing that. You'll see through clothes, you'll see through shoes, you'll see through, like, let's say somebody's turned around you, but you could just see their shoulder and their elbow. Your mind is going to start to preview for you the possibilities of the hand behind that. It's fascinating. It can be a little bit scary sometimes, but with enough practice, all of these imaginations in your head will become far stronger and more vivid. Yeah, a lot of once you take art seriously, a lot of what we do out of context sound so just crazy. In my experience, even to fellow artists, yeah, crazy is a part of it. Maybe we are crazy. No, 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 it's okay. It's okay. Thank you for staying around. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You made the stream quite interesting, I'd say, because oftentimes I just do these to record the work that I do, and not a lot of people drop by. So thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you have a good night. I think it's around 3 or 4 a.m. over there, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, just one. Okay, that's good. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Take care. Move me, baby, fall in a willow tree. Naturally, move me, baby. I love to love. Let's just stay up, catching in my bad luck. Sometimes I'm lit up drunk. Sometimes I'm just gonna build a castle. The shall fall off. But I still wake up, I still see a ghost. Still not sure what I stand for. What do I stand for? What do I stand for most nights? I don't know anymore. That's alright. Brought her in my bed tonight. Wondering twice. Yeah, not in my. Tolan. Wala kayong ayun sa Anton. Fern Ranch, BGC. Place of birth. Rizal. Redona. Remittance. Monthly income. 50,000. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I was still streaming, god damn it. Okay. Alright, while I'm taking a break, I'm still pretty much on the PC. I'm just doing something else. That's why the drawing has stopped. So to anybody who's on here, if you're listening, let's just make this a little interesting. Maybe if you have any art related questions, I'd very much appreciate it, and I'll try to answer as best I can. And so that maybe you have some value from this. Yo, Josiah, how are you? Ooh, my love for you could be gone. Ooh. Key. All right. Oh, what? Okay, there we go. Uh, a love for you could be gone. Ooh. Thoughts on Concord's character designs. A few people have already made videos about it, and well, yeah, it really is shit. I mean, how do I say this? Someone said that they look like characters more like for NPCs, people you wouldn't really uh da, 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 da. Like people what do you call that? Wait, let me just I've actually thought of it's not just that they aren't sexy. Sexy is one thing. Um they don't make sense. What do you mean you're gonna get flagged with that? Yeah, sexy is one thing. I do appreciate sexy character designs, both for male and female. And I'm not looking for Overwatch for Concord. Thoughts on Concord's designs? There's a guy on YouTube who already does it. His name is Sundance Studios, I think. Yeah, it's Sun Grand Studios, I mean. He's kind of making a buck out of it. It's something that I've thought of touching on. Because, well, who am I to say? He's a pro designer as per his credentials. But when I saw his video, I wasn't too satisfied because he really didn't. He mentioned like shape design and everything, but he didn't touch it while he was making his corrections, and his corrections barely even touched the colors too. Like he just added a lot of brightness and darkness to it, and he's getting the most attention and good for him, but like I don't know. So yeah, Concord. Yeah, that's a how do we approach this? So what I also don't well, what kind of killed the video, Sungrand's video for me is so like here. There, that's his video. I didn't even finish it. Maybe I should. I don't know. I appreciate his comments, and maybe he has more experience than I do, probably, but that's going to be an argument of authority if we use that. But I'm just going to pull uh from logic itself. The reason I don't want to touch Concord characters yet is because I'm not familiarized with the lore. And what I didn't like about his video is that he started really with the idea that he's going to touch the designs and not even think about the lore. And that to me kind of is a fault on its own, because how can you properly approach design if you're not even familiar with how the powers operate or something like that? But he does have a point. Concord designs are not even interesting without considering the lore or the powers or everything like that. They are, as one person says it, maybe it was him too, they are as, what do you call that? They are as lackluster as NPC characters that you get to see just on the side when you play a certain game. So like here, there you go. And a lot of people have these guys have already gotten nicknames and all of that jazz. Like for example, this guy's called Toilet Seat Man. I think it was Charlie who said that when Charlie reviewed this character. So what Sun Grand Studios did is that if you watch his video, he just takes, and some of the differences that he made are barely even recognizable, honestly. Like this is his, I think that's the original, and this is the edit that he did. Where's the edit? And this is the edit that he did. See? Like I could barely see any difference. He just made this brighter. And he didn't even come to correct like the material values here, which should be a lot brighter. He just brushed like an overlay or a brightness layer on this. He might have even just used what do you call that? What's that tool when you want to brighten something? A dodge tool. I think he just dodge tool this, which kind of sucks. Like coming from a guy who's supposedly a veteran in the industry, he didn't even mind to clean this up. There. So like when it comes to this, like I looked into some gameplay before I even thought of making any changes at all. So from what I've come to encounter, this character has like sparkly powers, and she could like teleport and do acrobatics. And so that's where I would steer the conversation toward. So since she seems to have magic powers, or like maybe cosmic, but they look like magic powers, and then she does acrobatics, that's where I'm gonna start off from. There. And like, what does this mean? Does this indicate that she's a ruffian? Right? The tattered clothing, what does that mean? Before you even jump into correcting something, like look, he even has I'm sorry. Like you could even see the brush marks right over there. And he's getting popular because he's like one of the first people who really tackled this in depth, like a 1 hour full video. But like here's another example that he set up there. Maybe I'm gonna get flack for this because I'm criticizing somebody who's getting praise. But from one artist to another, I think we should just do better, I guess. So like here, this is his correction. There. Okay, so like what does this mean? This is what I teach my students too. Like what do all of these mean in relation to the story and in relation to the powers? So I'm just gonna make assumptions, try to do similar to what he does, or but to try to be a little bit better, like I don't even know what this character's name is. Concord characters. Let's try to get the character's name. Who is this? So this is Roka. Even the names are weird. Concord Roka. Roka. So let's just get a brief glimpse of the gameplay of this. So Roka seems to be able to rocket jump herself with her boots. And she has missile launchers and she could blast dive. Right, so she has, according to her PlayStation trailer, which is right here. So Sun Grand should have at least done this, right? And I'm being objective about this. So this is her gameplay trailer. So from here we get a quick brief with her gameplay rundown. So according to this, she's supposed to be able to fly down, then crash into other players, and then create this explosion. Right? That's one of her powers. It's obvious that she has missile launchers. That's her main weapon. And she also has flighty flights. Like, this design does not say that at all. We can kind of tell because of the helmet, but it also just... I don't know. It's... Yeah, so we're coming from there. She has the blast down jump, and she kind of like this... does this Iron Man pose. She does this Iron Man pose, right? And she lands with her, this is her head. Then she punches the ground. Kind of like an Iron Man pose. Boom, there. That's what she does. And she can fly. These do not look like rocket boots in the least. You could tell me that it's sci-fi. You could tell me that there are hidden apparatus here. But then we have to maintain the logic of the game, right? So if we look at the other characters from Concord, we could tell that some of these designs seem to indicate functionality. And what's weird about her character design is that it does not seem to indicate functionality, which already kills the world logistics or the logic of the world. So like if we look at this character showcase from YouTube again and just rip the thumbnail off somebody. So like this seems to indicate some sort of piping, right? Piping for this weapon here, which I think could be a liquid grenade. I haven't checked, right? So these indicate functionality. These indicate functionality. Even these beads can indicate some functionality, right? So that's where we start off first. Functionality. What do these do? And she seems to be a very highly function-based design. There. So this feels like a 70% functionality, 30% fashion. That's the kind of vibe she's giving. As compared to all of the other characters. Like, look, there are dreads on this character. This one has like what looks like a religious robe. This guy seems to be in the PMC, but that's the shittiest PMC design I've ever seen. All right, so we could tell from the world's logic that some of these characters have functionality embedded into their design, right? Like this body armor right here. Even this is body armor. So what does her design say? This seems like a fully high compression suit, right? But what is this for? Why is this what do you call that? Why is this asymmetrical? Shouldn't it be symmetrical? Right? She fires rockets, which means that there's some sort of force that this generates. Maybe her bodysuit should have some counter protection to it, so that she could maintain her movement forward. That's one of the designs that she should indicate. And then for her boots, how does she fly exactly? So does her poster doesn't even seem to indicate it. So what we now should try to do is find similarities in the design. So like for example here, you have the cylindrical item right over here, right? And it has straps and everything. We should be able to find those similar patterns here. Okay? If you don't want it to be kind of cliche, maybe you could put them here. And if you don't want the tubing, then they could be something that goes underneath, and then they would be somewhat visible here. We could make them slightly smaller there. And then this little piece here, maybe you could make larger. There, like so. Right? So just from the design alone, all right, so let's move the chat so I could see the people chatting. So as you can see from here, I'm not correcting the colors yet, which is, I think, is the mistake of Sungran. Like, I hope if ever this gets to him by any chance, which I don't feel it's gonna be, he should have paid attention to these features, like the symmetricality of the character right here. Like, what are these for? Right? And then here too, we could maybe make these larger, since she lands like Iron Man. And if she has a based on the lore, like a specific set of poses when she hits, maybe we could have these just be more prevalent on this side. Or that's where this comes in, more prevalent on this side. Right? That's where the asymmetry kicks in. Like maybe her left boot here is larger, and then on this side, her knees are much larger. Something like that. So when she strikes a pose, it makes more sense. Right? But that's not often the case for realistic ventures. Like, have you ever seen a bicycle gear that's what do you call that? Have you ever seen an asymmetrical bike gear because you often land on, let's say, the right side? No, that doesn't happen. So we have to try and make things as symmetrical as possible, especially given the case that this is a highly functional character, or at least that's what her design would suggest, right? So we've pretty much fixed this aspect of her. There you go. So we're solving two problems there. That's one of the things that I did not appreciate about, or maybe he was just focusing on something else. He was mainly focusing on design aesthetic, but even his changes don't. Here's the example. There, you could see it right in front of you. What changes did he make? It's barely visible. And I was hoping that his video would at least dive into something more deep or deeper, but nope, not happened. Same thing here. He just changed the colors, and it's very weak, honestly. Okay. So there. So same thing. So here's a question. Where does she get her energy from? So what we can do is that we have this very large item here. And it's also red, which kind of reminds me of Black Manta. What if this character's power source is the helmet, right? That would make the cylinder make more sense because of these cylindrical elements right here too. So right off the bat, just from looking at the character design, we could kind of tell, and we could maybe even make this stand out more by turning this red right here. And then we could give these red. See? So right away, our brains are being told that there is a link between one of these aspects, between several of these aspects. There you go. See? Maybe you could even add red caution signs here. Because she's going to kneel on your throat. That's what she's going to do. There. And then from there, I actually appreciate how, what do you call that? How form-fitting her suit is. But, like, what if you added some sort of buttstock nature to this weapon right here? Because it's a heavy gun, right? So since it's a heavy gun, maybe we could modify the design. And it seems that there's already an arm behind it to help support with things. But why does the support seem so lackluster? Right? And it's not that we're going bulky for bulky's sake. As you will notice, I'm still trying to maintain the information that was provided from the original design. I'm just trying to make more sense out of it. So like with this, why does this look like a simple strap? Why not turn this into a full-blown separation? Like so. See? There you go. Then from here, we could grab some of the colors of the weapon and try to introduce that into this feature right here. So we wouldn't be too surprised when we see her turn around and then her machine is locked onto her because there's a signifier right at the front, right here. And then now we can just play around with the shape language. Do we want to make it look like some sort of brassiere or a bra? Like a sports figure so that it's comfortable for her? That's something that we could keep in mind. Do we have this white spot like show up more here on this side? There you go. And then have this more, have her form still present. Then from here, we could extend this like so. And I don't know if the image is just not too clear because I screen capped this, but it seems that she has some sort of Uh, let me watch the video again so that I'm not making random noises. I'd like to see her full body. Is that even possible? Because it's mostly first person. She does seem to have some tags on her and some sort of spelunking equipment. So this looks like a tag. I thought it was like a Native American band. Yeah, so again, she seems like a very corporate designed character, right? But look at the original. What does this blue indicate? And then the red is only present there. This is something that Sungrand is accurate about. The blue occurs like twice or thrice in the image. One time here, second time there, third time here. Okay? But look at what happens when you try to separate those things together. We could still maintain the blue if we wanted to. That's still possible, but we have to give it a purpose. The color needs to be a signifier. What does it refer to? Okay? Like for example here, red could be associated with the type of mineral that this character mines. Maybe that's the lore, right? So like red is to help identify things. And then the suit is powered by that red substance. So she's mining for substances that helps power her suit. That's one way that you could look at it. And then maybe blue here is an indication of the company that she works for. Then you have to make it prevalent in the design as well. So like maybe here, there's like a corporate logo on the side. Something like Wayland Yutani from Alien. Then from here, we could have the blue right there. So it has a purpose. It's not just blue for blue's sake, just because the designer wanted to. The thing about design and art is that we can end up wanting a lot of things, but if it doesn't fit your character, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Okay? And then of course, to make it very clear, you could add like Concord. Let's say for example, let's say that's the company's name. Concord. Oh, there you go. Then now you could add a blue tag here. Or a blue tag here. It serves a corporate purpose. And then here, we could make her arm look stronger. Because it's the arm that's used for shooting her very large rocket launcher. That's what it's missing. Signifiers. There you go. Okay. So these would be some of my changes, not all of it. Right? So these would be some of my changes here. Another thing is maybe we could turn some parts of this into red to indicate that this is also powered by her machine, by the same power source that she's pulling from. But here we have to be very careful because we don't want to oversaturate it with a single color. Okay? Now let's go back to here. Now this character seems more fashion than function. This character now looks like she's more, what do you call that? This looks more like an 80% fashion, 20% functionality. So she has a gun, but based on her gameplay. What's this character's name? Let's try to be consistent with our logic right here. So this character's name is Itzy. Oh my god, these names. I'd rather watch Itzy Voltage than watch
Concord voltage. Itsy Concord. So what are her abilities? Okay, so base here, she's like an she's a furry. That's what she is. So she's a furry. Itsy. Okay. So she's reptilian, but it seems that she's magic based. I think that's from what I saw in the gameplay. Right. So yeah, she's cosmic based. There you go. So she can throw an orb to teleport to a certain destination. And then she does these acrobatic poses the moment she teleports. She could also disrupt enemies' weapons, and she fires an electric SMG. She could also dodge and leave decoys like Wukong. And she does a lot of acrobatics. There. So she's very acrobatic. Basic definition of wear house clothes to the gym. Gym wear. Yeah, she's very gym wear, okay? So why the fuck is she wearing jeans? Right? So that's the first thing. So here, like, what does this mean? What does the design mean? That's the big question here. And I know that this is popular. This hair is very popular. That's another thing that we have to keep in mind. When we design worlds, we have to think like we're in that world, okay? We shouldn't think as though we're in our world. That just breaks lore. So here, it seems like this world is like a combination of One Piece and Guardians of the Galaxy. So you have Guardians of the Galaxy who are roamers and protectors and defenders, or as the name implies, guardians. But then they are also pirates, and there's like this special there's the special element, because I listened to the lore a little bit, that seems to have been able to allow for faster than light travel in space, and that's why there's a lot of these pirates going about, right? So here she shows her feet, like here. That's not really a problem. That's actually kind of cool. But then why does she wear this top? Like, is this like as Josiah said, is this like her gym clothing, and then she just ended up going to travel and then to fight? Is that how it works? Yeah, like, okay, that's a good point. Let's look at Ramona flowers. Beautiful Ramona. Oh my God, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Even this has better designs. But now that you've mentioned it, it looks like a ripoff of Mary Elizabeth Winstead. But her design makes sense. She's supposed to be a rebel girl, right? And she's not a pirate. She's a, what do you call that? She's a student. She's a kid. She's the bad girl. She's the bad girl you honestly want to avoid, but don't want to avoid. Right? Is that this character's personality? Maybe, but now we're entering speculation. So if we're gonna jump off of the hair, let's say let's not touch the hair, okay? Let's try not to touch the hair. Let's say the hair is a crucial part of her identity. There. Okay. Her skin, let's not touch it, but then let's try to change the designs. So first of all, let's strip her. Okay. So I'm painting over this. So this is honestly the kind of modification that I was expecting Sun Grand Studios to do. Especially like it seems like he was already working off of a finished video, like no, like finished files, I mean. He already worked on the files beforehand. There you go. Oh, Hazel is here. Hi, Hazel. I don't know if you're still here. My neighbors are making a lot of noise. I know. Hi, bro. Miss you, bro. So let's. I know it takes more effort, and maybe that's why I haven't done YouTube videos like this, because I know the amount of effort and it scares me. But I'm kind of doing one right now. I'm literally streaming directly to YouTube. I don't know if this counts, but I hope it does somewhat. Maybe. Uh, yeah, let's do it really quickly. Let's just run this through. So she's supposed to be feline, and it seems that she has this avatar body, like the Navi body, something like that. Then this could be our jumping off point. All right, there. Clean it up a little more. Like so. Match the textures and everything. So this is kind of what I do during class. So I give my students something to work on, and then if they need a demo, I provide. That could be possible, but they should be more, again, they should follow the rules of the world that it's in. So why is it that her belt is still intact? Intact. And if you watch her gameplay video, her innerwear unaffected. Because the maybe because she's like a pirate, so she doesn't have money to buy her actual good clothes. There you go. Of course, we're not going to keep her nude. It's just baseline. But maybe somewhere on the internet, this is going to be eaten up. Rule 34 for a dead game. Who knows? Maybe they'll make a comeback. Like a cyberpunk effect. But I doubt it. Alright, okay. So there's a quick nudie. Alright, so now how do we modify this? So the weird thing about this character is that, as you can see, there are a lot of reds and pinks on her bodice. So this, I very much like this. These are cool, right? This says a lot about her powers and her acrobat ability. Okay, this makes sense. Everything above here does not. So what if we try to integrate all of that together and still maybe maintain those tattered clothing effect that she seems to have on? Okay, I'm focusing too much that I went dead silent. Actually, let's just fucking delete everything. Damn, that took a while. All right, so how do we integrate this? So this is where shape design starts to come into play. So we could actually do this in several ways. We could have this wrap around like this. That's one. Another way we could do this is to maintain this pattern that was given originally. Then maybe approach it like a Jury vibe or a Reina vibe from Tekken. But then you have to play around with this section right here. So as you can see, the different shapes already indicate different approaches and ideas. Or with nebula. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good example. Nebula. So yeah, now this is where we can play around with it so much, and different artists will have different approaches. So for example, here we could have a version that extends up until the very arms, like so. And then for this one, we could have this either as quite revealing or not too revealing. It's up to you. It's honestly kind of stumpy. Like I mean myself. I'm kind of stumped with how to approach this because I don't know the character's personality. This is something that we could consider her undersuit, right? This is something that she wears uh as functionality. But what she wears above this is a different topic. Maybe this is her special bodysuit to help her teleport and stuff like that. So as you can see, we're working with patterns. There you go. And we're also maintaining the design approach for her legs, which is right now the most intricate part of her design. So maybe we could add something like this here. There you go. Her nails are the same as Sombra. Yeah, that too. So there's probably a lot of copying that's happening from one stage of the process to another. So these are my quick changes to two characters from Concord. So as you can see, I'm maintaining the idea. And in fact, probably, hopefully, I'm even allowing for more expression of the character. There you go. So what we can try to do is we could now return some of her personality. Let's say she really likes that belt, so we could put it something like this. And then we can add that buckle back. Give it that red hue that it has. I don't understand what your comment means. Homeless is better than homeless is better than employed, or homeless to employed. But what we can do here is that we could change the color of the belt to something more pink. There you go. Because her hair is of the similar color. So now what happens too is that her bodice now seems to be congruent with her abilities. She's a phaser, so this looks like some sort of specialized suit for that. She has the belt to indicate her personality. Maybe it's something from her father or her culture, or maybe it's outside of her culture, but it's something that she really appreciates. Right? It looks like something from the old Western. Maybe that's something that she longs for, and so that's why she became a pirate. And then for the white, I've been really trying to think how we could add this white back in. I just don't really see it. Let's try a new layer. Try to add that white back in. Nah. Maybe as a kind of cape. But it already does too much. Something like this. Probably that could work. Or maybe we could go with something like Ezio. Maybe that's something that we could do. Something to the side. Like, let's say here. But the question is, what is this for? What is this cape thing for? That's why I'm hesitating that's why I'm hesitating to add it. What does it do? Does it serve a purpose to her overall story? or else we're just going to need to remove that. That's the dilemma of design, right? What's the purpose of that? So this is something that we could turn into red. So, and here. Like, is she some sort of representative? See, it changes her story drastically. So now maybe we could add some sort of lock here, where she could essentially pin her clothing like so. There you go. Right? So it drastically changes what her story is. So although it doesn't maintain the Ruffian effect anymore when we added the cape. So if we remove the cape, it still kind of maintains that she's just wearing what's necessary for her, right? And then since she's a teleporter, which it seems to indicate, what's something we can do is add, like similar to Nightcrawler, maybe some religious items, whatever the religion of that story is. Maybe some sort of what looks like rosary here, right? Material that probably won't burn if subjected to cosmic powers. And would also help with the look of the character as she's walking around from a first-person perspective. There. Okay. So these are the two changes that I have in mind for this character. Wow, I spent the time talking about Concord. But I think that was time well spent. Okay. So as always, it's very important when you do this kind of work. It's very important that you think in 3D. It's important to know your design language, right? So this is the other one. It was too simple, and then this is the one that we ended up with. There. So Josiah, I hope that makes sense. I hope you like, or at least I hope that it makes sense. I hope that it does make sense. So I don't know who else has dropped by, but this is a case study sample of what I do when I teach, and this was actually done quite rapidly. So when it comes to polishing this, like, just to provide an example, once we take this design into something like full-on production, these are some little things, like this nook here. This nook here is something that we try to polish there. Do we add that, or do we subtract from that? Do we make it much cleaner, like this? Like, for example, here. Is this like a reverse U shape, or is it more like a flat? Those are things that you test out, right? Which one works best for the character? Do we connect these two? Is it like one full body piece, like so? It kind of makes more sense if it was like one full body piece, given the fact that she does teleport and she does need it. Then from here we could actually even add some kind of wiring to her fingers. So yeah, as much as I appreciate Sungrand diving into these, I felt that his approaches were too lackluster for me. Just changing the colors, that's it? That's all you could do? This may sound egotistical, but I'm really just playing off of what I've come to learn, and I'm also playing off the design theory that the game seems to present. So I took what the characters have, or what the character has. Seems like an alien, furry, reptilian, something. I don't know what she is. She seems like a rebel, right? So for her rebellious nature, maybe that's what this design is missing. See, I'm even trying to criticize my own work. Maybe it's lacking the rebel or the punk feel, right? But that's something that maybe we could look into further when we jump into something like a more serious production point of view of this. Right? Oh, okay. My head hurts. All right, so that's for Concord. Um, I should be making money finishing this commission, but we jumped into that, and I really did enjoy that session too. But yeah, so that's how I think. I hope that was a good preview as to how I think, or at least a preview. So, I guess to summarize, purpose first. How does your design serve the story? How does your design serve the function of the character? How does your design serve the personality of the character? How does your design serve the world that the character lives in? And then how do you make those aspects coherent, concurrent, and conceptually feasible according to the rules that your world lives by? That's how you should approach design. So don't just take random colors, don't just take random just because you like it. Do not design that way. All right, I'm getting a bit hungry right now. I think I will get something to eat. And to everybody who's dropped around to this is the most views I've had in the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I will try to stream again later in maybe around an hour or so. I think I'll rest my head for a bit and maybe grab something to eat. And then from there, let's see where we go. Okay. Thank you everyone. I think I'll end my stream right here right now. And wait, let's I think I'll just edit the name of this stream because this was not just character concept illustration, character concept design and Concord. I hear Terminator Zero is really good. So yeah, I think I'll definitely be looking into that. All right. Bye guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.